Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. Let's turn this on just a little bit. There we go. So yesterday was actually a pretty good day. Managed to get forgot about the little gap there, but we actually managed to get quite a lot done. We got the new columns put in, at least on one side. Also got them designed so that we can easily put them back together fairly quickly. We also went ahead and started work on this side, which, as I am working on this, I think I'm actually going to keep this platform here because of the fact that this sticks out just a little bit, which is fine. I could probably move this in a little bit, but I like the way that it looks, so we're going to leave it. But I also like this extra lane here along the outside, which will be perfect for putting in railings or something like that. Just something a little extra, a little different. But what I can also do here, or the other thing that we worked on yesterday, was getting the rails brought all the way out. So one of the big things was just making sure that I will be able to bring trains out to this location, which now I'm going to be able to do so. Yay. So today what I'd like to do is expand this some more. In fact, can I replace this? Can't. Awesome. Maybe. No, I can't. Well, I can, actually. I can replace it with that, which will be fine. Since that sits inside. Anyway, so today what I'd like to do is get this expanded more up here. I'm not quite certain of the total width yet, although I probably should make certain of that at some point. I imagine it's going to be fairly wide, though, because of the fact that I am going to be running, well, I'm going to need a lot of space up here. The reason why is because there's going to be two very important key components to this particular build. The first is the actual stations themselves. And right now at the Forever Home, the two stations that we have there are both one locomotive and 3 trailers long. So they'll accept anything that is one locomotive and 1 to 3 trailers, or cargo wagons. The concept for this location is that I actually want to set it up so that I can handle those trains and then also potentially a couple of longer trains. I'm thinking maybe 1 to 2 locomotives and like 6 cars long. The reason being is because there may be a couple of places on the map where what I want is for it to go out and collect a huge amount of resources and bring all that back. That's still kind of an unknown, but that's sort of a vision of mine, a planning vision of mine. So, what I want to do today is go ahead, like I said, expand this out, work on it a little bit more. Maybe also go ahead and put in an elevator somewhere. And then also start looking at planning out the rail stations as well as the rail stacker. That's going to be the other thing that I want to put in, is an actual stacker for having multiple trains be able to come in and wait before they move on to whatever the next station is. Now, I don't know how good the logic is for handling trains. I know that is decent enough, but I don't know how decent it is. Because that's one of those things that I've never tried to push trains that far. Now, I know that, for instance, what is it? Shoot, words. I know, for instance, Factorio can handle that sort of train logic, but that's kind of baked into the foundation of the game. But I don't know if Satisfactory can do it. But that will be kind of a fun thing to try out. Again, I love being able to see that structure off in the distance like that. Even if you can't make out the details, at least being able to see the structure itself is pretty damn cool. But what I'm going to do is we're going to head on over to, or back to Forever Home, and I need to pick up some more concrete. Then there, and back. You don't realize just how long this trip is until you're like taking it for the 7th time. There we go. Okay. Also, I wanted to check out. Is Uranus level anyway? Oh, you're at 3. Okay. But I wanted to check out what we're doing over here. Oh wow, nice. And same with computers. Cool. What I need to do is at some point set up like AI limiters and what's the other one? Circuit boards. What I'm really impressed with is that our power grid is still holding up. I figured at this point they would be way worse off. But we seem to be doing okay. All right. What I want is to grab some. Actually, drop off some. Our slugs. Our drives are here? Yes. Alien parts, of which we have a considerable amount. I have so many pale berries right now. All right. Oh, and go. Now it's going to be really nice is when I do finally reach a point where the crystal oscillators and the computers are feeding into the awesome sink. Although at the moment, I could go ahead and convert a whole bunch of this stuff. Yes, let's go ahead and just convert. Also, alien megafauna, what do I need for you? I just need some high-speed connectors, crystal oscillators, and alien DNA. Awesome. Let's take care of that. Which will take just a few. Not a big deal. Oh. Also thinking later today, I'm wanting to work some more on my Diablo 3 character because I've been kind of having fun with that. It's one of those, here I am. I was playing some Path of Exile 2. The problem that I have with Path of Exile 2 right now is not that it is a bad game, because it's not. In fact, I've been having fun with Huntress. The problem that I have with Path of Exile 2 is that the closer I get to the end of Act 3, the more I remember, oh yeah, I've got to go back and do it all over again. Only harder and more annoying. So it's one of those, like, I'm not explicitly looking forward to going back through and redoing Act 1 through 3. So instead, I've been playing Diablo 3, which I've already put hundreds of hours into. Although this is a brand new account, and I'm only on my second character for the season, doing a wizard. She's been a lot of fun so far. Although I think I might switch up the build that I'm using a little bit, because I'm using a build guide for it. I don't, like, it's strange. Path of Exile 2, I'm more than capable, more than comfortable running whatever build that I design. But Diablo 3 is one of those that I don't know it well enough, ironically, to, make my own builds and stuff like that. Wow, that is a lot of DNA. We have been blowing up a lot of aliens. That's really what that is. That is me blowing up so many aliens. Which, technically, I'm the alien. But, here's the thing. What if I'm not the alien? What if I'm actually from this planet and I just came back to it? Wouldn't that be a kick in the head? There yet? There yet? Good Lord. But yeah, so I've been playing Diablo 3 again. And Wizard has been pretty good so far. There's just a couple of changes that I want to make to the particular build that I am currently using, just to make it a little bit easier to finish leveling up and gearing up. Because right now, she's like level 68. And unfortunately, it's that spot where she has decent gear, but it's also kind of rough because I don't have I don't have any of her set pieces yet. Now, because of the whatever it is, I can use level 70 gear at level 1. There's like no level restrictions on gear, which is kind of nice. It makes it a lot easier to go ahead and level up the character these days, especially when you're basically playing catch up. I have a feeling I'm going to get more of these. Oh, that feels a little bit better. Oh, and we're almost done. That's cool. Almost there. Cool. That is 191 alien DNA capsules. Okay, high-speed connectors. I need to make all of them. And that way I can finish off the alien megafauna. And that will be one less thing in the MAM that I have to worry about. Good stuff. Was watching a video from Spange today, this morning, where he was talking about the fact that he's going to be making some changes to his YouTube channel. And if you're not familiar with Spange, he's a content creator on YouTube who does a lot of stuff surrounding like space engineers, Imperium Galactic Survival, those sorts of things. But one of the things that he is going to be moving away from, I didn't finish the full video, but I got the gist of it. But he's looking to move away from Imperium Galactic Survival because he was looking at the player counts for the game since its launch in 2016. And you can see that there are marked trends where it did pick up and it did peak, but it never really gained a huge amount of traction, especially when you compare it to something like Space Engineers. Oh, ooh. Oh, nice. Vertical slice 1.2. Okay. Speaking of Space Engineers 2's Vertical Slice 1.2 is coming out on Monday, it looks like. Yay. Okay. Looks good. Let's see if that's everything that I need. Oh, and then I just... we'll just grab a whole stack. It's not that big of a deal. Split it, and then put you back. And there we go. But Spange was talking about
organisms added to the object scanner. Note, it cannot detect the species, only aggression. There are many creatures that dislike you, Pioneer, but I am your true friend.
Oh. Actually, let's look that up. Let's see. Steam B? Or no, Steam Charts. Yeah. Okay. Let's look up. Hearing? Nope. Okay. Yeah, Imperium Galactic Survival. And then we'll look up Space Years. Okay. So this will be an interesting thing to look at. All right, so what we're talking about is this is the current player counts for past 7 days of Imperium Galactic Survival. If you've ever played the game, you would know that it is very similar to Space Engineers in a lot of ways. Let's look at its all-time, and you can see here this peak in 2020, and then another one in 2022, but it didn't quite reach the same peak as 2020. And I imagine that was when the 1.0 full release came out. And it's done pretty good, but it never really keeps that momentum. Now we compare that to Space Engineers. Now that is a weird dip right there. For the most part, pretty good overall wave over the past week. All-time peak, 23,000. 24-hour peak, 4,000. if we look at all time, massive peaks. And they're still happening too. Like, you're still seeing huge numbers of players. September 2024 was when the DLC released. And just overall, you're still seeing a huge number of players for a game like Space Engineers. And I think it's one of those things that's interesting to note how Keen has kept up with their game and continued to develop well into other titles. But apparently, Imperium Galactic Survival did not. They did a little bit of work with Funcom, which I wasn't aware of, but that didn't seem to really help. And so, unfortunately, they're kind of suffering for it. Now, also from what I understand, and this is from stuff that I've heard over the years, the community tended to butt heads with the developer a lot because the developer tended to butt heads with the community a lot. Now, so I think it's one of those things that good community interaction goes a long way. Really does help with your game. Which is probably why Space Engineers and Space Engineers 2 are doing as well as they are. Alright, let us throw all of... Actually, we'll go back here and do it. We'll just sit directly into... And then blast back down here. And we can watch the awesome sing. As it goes between the items that it's taking in, as well as the regular, or the DNA that it's going through as well. Goodness. That really helps to clean up the inventory. Also, it looks like we need to make some ammunition for a rifle. And I definitely can drop off some of this crap as well. You, or you. Awesome. Okay. Concrete. Let's grab a bunch of this. How much quick wire? Not enough. You know what I should do, now that I'm thinking about it, is I need to head back to our old base. Then I need to add quick wire to what we're bringing over. Cool. That's kind of fun to do, actually. Let me just jump over like it's nothing. It'll be fun to go back through and fix a lot of this stuff up, make it look nicer. I think what I might try and do is actually utilize the column design from the column that we were working on yesterday for the train hub, and find a way to incorporate that into something I can utilize for the bridges here. so that way I can keep that sort of design going throughout a lot more of this build. The fun part is going to be trying to add that into a lot of these taller sections. But that shouldn't be too bad. Really, the biggest thing is just also figuring out where to put, where where I can put pieces that will help flatten out the bottom of it, so that way I have a large enough area to attach the column. Yay. We're almost back. That'll work. All right, here we are back at the quick wire factory. Grab an extra amount here. So there's quite a bit to go through. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to bring the quick wire around somehow. Is there anything left in here? Yeah, lots of stuff. Okay. Right in here. Yeah, sort of. Got plenty of concrete in here still. So what I should maybe do is bring this around. Like this. Let's see. Probably bring that in out of the way. Instead of that, do out of my way. Thank you. Yeah, I can do that. Because what I want to do is see about, well, I could probably just run a long ass line. Because it's not the first time. Here, berries. Oops. Let's do that down to here. What are you trying to do? What the hell? There we go. There, we can start bringing the quick wire in. And now I just need it to go basically along here. And I can bring it this way. And finally, should be able to stack that in here. Walls. Bare walls. Actually, we'll do that one. Even though it's out of place, I don't care. And let's see. Awesome. Don't actually need that then. And I just got to make sure that. Nope. Okay. These are going to be long enough. And we'll use curve on these to make it look nicer. Oh. Might upgrade these belts to be faster ones. I don't know yet. Kind of a wait and see. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Lennon? There's that. There we go. Oh yeah, that is just all over the place. I kind of like it though. All right. That is quick wire being taken care of. Well, sort of. I need to bring it in. Yeah, I haven't attached it to the actual station yet. But I will. This upgraded. There we go. All right. Now what I need is for you. That is, nope, not correct. Almost correct. Oh, wow. That is a hell of a... No, we don't need that much a curve. Yeah, that looks fine. That'll work. Okay, so as it fills up, really, this isn't filling up with a whole lot, but it is filling up with stuff, which is nice. I like that. I like the fact that our little truck is actually doing what it's supposed to. Well, tractor, I suppose. The next fun thing is going to be setting up hypertube between the two locations. Just a little bit of debris. Could have also taken the Explorer, because that's nice and quick. While we're at it, I don't want to take a quick... Oh, I know what I need to do. Well, hey there, buddy. How you doing? And let's go. That's not the direction I wanted to go. There we go. I was going to sit there and try and look for some nursery spheres, but I don't do that right now. We have just a little too much work to do. But we should now be bringing quick wire into our forever home. Mercer sphere. Mercer sphere is now mine. Okay. Oh, ow. Whoops. You know what? Let's just let's just run up here. Do this. Thought I saw another one. I did. Damn. When you positively, absolutely have to clear a forest. You're now dead. Mine. Yeah, window, whatever. Apparently, the aliens really loved windows. I don't blame them. Windows are pretty cool. Hey, what's up, Matt? Yeah, I did that half expecting that Hollows was going to show up, but she's not on right now. This makes me kind of ambivalent. Yeah, ambivalent. That's the word I was looking for. What is that? Looks like a purple slug. That looks like a Mercer sphere. Probably when I get the cats out, because that's just how she trolls. I should probably be careful with. This place is really red. Like, really reals red. Oh. Nope. 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 We're gone. We are gone. I always used to say young ass grapper. There we go. That's what? 3 Mercer spheres? Yay. Hey, there goes our train. Wait, 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 wait. Saw something this way. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I saw you over here. I got it. Awesome. Give me the slug. There we go. Okay. Let's see. First of all, that is a cool looking water fountain. Second of all, let's see if we can get. Oh, got him. That's not going to be helpful. And got that one. I wonder what's up there. Probably nothing of extreme value. Hey, buddy. Have some of that. There's just going to be all these random clearings from where I've been killing stuff. And ooh, nuts. Thank you. Try and get. Ooh. Ooh, what is. A new tape. What what tape did I just get? Songs of Conquest. Basically, that is how that would go. That is another Mercer Sphere. That is a dead spider.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Okay. Let's get up out of here. Yay! Daylight! I know I just passed some nuts, but can I get up here? More nuts. Nuts! And sulfur. Where? We're now dead. Question. Can I get up there? Answer. Don't know. We're going to find out. That was satisfying. Hello, train. And yeah, let's see if we can get up here. Shall we? I know, right? Got it. Yeah, there's just all these random bald spots. Hey, more nuts. Nope. Let's see. Nope, got that one. Then I'll just use a gun on this one. I'll take care of it the American way. Oh, are you? Yeah, you're dead. Where did your... You know what? Doesn't even matter. Ah. Perfect. Another hard drive. All right. Now, big question is... Nailed it. First try. That is the answer. That is not necessarily the question. The question is, we? The answer is yes. Quick wire we bring it in. Not so much yet, although it may just take a little bit for the quick wire to start getting into the system. as it essentially is going to be leaving. Well, it's got to get from the truck stop through the inventory system all the way up into there. So, oh, there's a tractor. Maybe it just hasn't finished the trip yet. We'll see. Hey there, buddy. Ooh. I know what I want to check on. Well, we still have plenty of fuel coming up. Plenty of rubber. Awesome. Just wanted to make sure that all of this is still running the way that it's supposed to. Fluid in there. Well, plenty of fuel, I should say. Maybe oil residue is a little low, but that's okay. And plenty of fuel in there. Cool. And I should still have... Yep, awesome. Pretty much. Well, and you kind of have to. Well, okay. You don't necessarily have to. But it's just one of the best ways to play the game. It's also, I think, one of the most fun ways to play it. And especially with all of the various tools they give people for transportation, for maneuverability, getting around from location to location. It's one of those that it just lends itself so well to turning the planet into your own personal jungle gym. That's really what winds up happening. Let's see. Did have a purple one. Nope, you're in. Well, I do have berries and nuts. Oh my. Oh, I can grab some of you. But I'm not quite ready. Let's also drop off. Stators, don't need them. At least not at the moment. Drop off my oscillators. Actually, no, I want to keep some with me. Yeah, that looks good. All right. All right. Let's go. I would at some point actually like to completely rebuild our forever home topside portion. Mostly because I would like to get it back onto the actual grid and not have so many weird overlapping foundations due to the fact that I'm using like the concrete blocks, the columns and whatnot. So that winds up putting things in weird locations. And I'd really like to kind of reset that and get it built back out correctly. But I think that'll be something for much longer down the road. Much, much longer down the road. Oh, good stuff. The hell was that? an eye out to see if I can catch any more Mercer spheres. Doesn't look like it though. Nope, just purple slug there. Nothing there. Probably something up there. If I had to imagine though, or if I had to guess, probably a slug. Slug over there. Lots and lots of slugs left to collect. But also so many that I already have. But I'm not like turning them into anything yet. So there is that at least. Boom. There we go. Okay, so yesterday we were working on the columns. Go ahead and get some more work on them done. What I can do here is probably setting this up. I want to make sure I get this right. Okay, yeah, those are acting as kind of. So, blueprint, structures, top, rounded, lighted, and you lock it in place. Then you can nudge it down into place. That is incorrect as hell. There we go. That should be a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. And five of those. And it might be worthwhile to actually bring out something like this to make it easier to get the column tops in place. Okay. Mark it off, drop it down. What was that? Oh, okay, that's nice. If you hold control, it'll do a little half step down. That's very beneficial. Okay. Absolutely. Again, guys at Copy Stain are absolutely amazing and mad geniuses too. They have done tremendous work on this game. What is the key for blueprints? I don't think there is one. Okay. There we at least what, 5 of them. Is that 3, 4? Most likely, yeah. Absolutely. Total of 5. In fact, out in the desert specifically, there are lots of little hidey holes and nooks and crannies that you can go looking through, which is pretty cool. And let's get this last one in. Whoops. That is not what I wanted. Fortunately, easy to clean up. There we go. Like it never happened. Go. It's not a full planet. That would be cool. Um, there is a size or an end to the map. So the map is actually quite large. But right here, this cutoff on the side, that's about as far as you can get out to. Same with out here. That's about as far as you can get out. But there is just so much location to explore anyway. If we run down here, I'll show you just how far out we can get. Excuse me, it is quite impressive. But a lot of this exterior stuff that you see is actually just there for the sake of making it look like more of a map. But this is, and we specifically went out here to see how far out we could go. And it is amazing. But if I progress any farther beyond these barriers, I'll start taking damage fairly quickly. So yeah, like if I stand here, I'm fine.
Leaving the designated area has been reviewed by other pioneers. Quote, "It really sucked and then I died. Don't recommend." Unquote.
So yeah, but there's still a lot of real estate to go and explore. And for how many hours that I have in the game so far, in just this session. Now, granted, this save also runs on the server, so it builds up hours that way. But we're at about 500 hours playtime on the save. Let's say we move 120 to... I'd say we're probably at a good 300 total hours actually played in this. If I were to be generous. And we still haven't explored all of the map. There's still large portions of this that I haven't gone through. Large areas out here that I need to explore. Areas in here. The coast over here. So let's switch up this music. Go away now. But again, that just goes to show how much work and effort that they put into the actual map. Alrighty. You're welcome. Beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. Oh, wait, it's down there. This is what I mean. Something. Oh, it's just a hidey hole kind of thing. But again, like a little place to just, explore for no reason. What are you? Ah, you're yellow is what you are. And you are now mine. Boop. Okay, let's grab this. This to line up. There we go. I love watching as everything goes flying out of me and into the actual construction. Blueprint. Hopefully, I have enough for all of this. Yeah, I've just got this other one here. Print. Rounded. It's like I'm regurgitating materials. And there we go. That is our first two sets of columns. We've got 5 going that way, and then it looks like what, 2, 5 going that way. Ooh. Just about, yeah. Sometimes it feels that way. And I think what I might do here is take out these. I'm going to hate to do this, but to fix those. Get rid of this and this. Those half foundations? Nope. Okay. Size. For the love of all that is holy, just attach to the point that I want you to. Fine, we'll do it this way. There. Good Lord. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm building this is so that I can build the personal elevator. Oh, you're not going to let me do that. Okay. This is about to be interesting. I might have to go up top and do this. Oh, wait. Better idea. Foundation. Foundation. Then I can take the full-size foundation and put it there. And then the elevator ought to fit right here the way that it's supposed to. Snug as a bug. Okay. But I need to build this backwards. From top to bottom. So I currently don't have another easy way of getting up there except for this. Hence why the elevator is going to be getting built. There we go. What we'll do is then also get rid of you. We're gonna foundation. I will fix that. There we go. Now, can I... This is... I wonder if this is going to let me do this. It'll let me do that. Okay, cool. Now we fall. Oh, come on. Okay, how am I going to resolve this? I could... What if... Let's get rid of that. It feels dirty to do that, but I'm going to have to because we're going to go back up here again. Should have grabbed more fuel while I was out there, back at the forever home. There we go. Okay. Let's try this one more time, and if it doesn't work out, I have an idea of how I can fix it and make it work. There we go. Wait, is that too... Nope, nope, we're good. Now it just needs power. However, that is what I wanted. Awesome. So now I just have to go up and fix the top portion there, which that'll be pretty straightforward. Give it power. And we'll now have a working elevator. So I won't have to constantly do this every time I need to get back up to the top. And then, should I need it, I can always add additional stops to this elevator. So that way, if I add additional internal levels, which I probably will, then I'll have an elevator that will allow me to get between them fairly easily. There we go. So let's grab this. Bring it here. Or you to about here. Make sure I get this pretty much right. There we go. Good enough. There. My best to not have this standing out as much. There we go. Voila. We have an elevator. It's going to take days to get back up here. Awesome. And then what I can do is we take that out and we take that out. There. And stations. Want to do these little guys. That one there. And that one there. And that puts it back to the way that it was. Awesome. Wait, what? What just happened? Where's... What? Where did my elevator go? What the hell's going on here? Yeah, there you go. What? What? Elevator. You know what? Let's write it from the bottom. See what happens. Okay, we can ride that way, which is fine. Oh, Shazbot. Um, let's try something. Save game. Midpoint. Save. Awesome. Exit the main menu. And we're going to reload and see if that fixes the issue. Continue. And if it doesn't, there's one more thing I can try. What? We do have a slight problem in that I am stuck in here. There we go. Okay. So now what I should be able to do is let's grab transport. Come on. That is not where I want it. That is also not where I want it. Why are you being such a pain in the backside? There we go. Okay, let's call the elevator down. All right, elevators come down. Okay. I have a feeling that we're about to hit that. Okay. Okay, so there's. Damn it. Okay. Exit the main menu. Yeah. We'll get this. We'll solve this. There's something that is happening up at the top. Like there's a floor in the way or something like that. So every time the elevator goes up, it knocks me through the bottom. There we go. And then every time the elevator comes down, it pushes me up through the top. So we've got to solve that problem. Get pretty good at this platforming thing. When you have tons of practice. Okay, so I think what might be happening is that this stop needs to be. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. has something to do with that down there. Okay. I need to get out. That's not what I wanted. Get up here. Okay. Yeah, that's what it's so far down there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to cheese this a little bit. Go. You out there. And then foundations, double ramp. That way, let me just run down here. Get the bottom of this put in, which will be... Actually, I should be able to now put that in place. Let me get this in here. Awesome. There, problem solved. Got a ramp. We're good to go. But let's go ahead and get the elevator in. Now I can just run it all the way up the way that I want to. This is what I basically should have done from the start. Then I can just clean up the ramp after the fact. There we go. So now you... Yeah. Now I don't have that stupid floor that's blocking me, and I'll be able to go from top to bottom without any issues. That's the way I should have done it to begin with. But I thought I was being clever. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. Okay, so with that being taken care of, let's actually go ahead and... I know, right? It's always dangerous. Let's go ahead and get rid of this ramp now that I don't need it. Okay. That is going to be a lot of return concrete. There we go. Next up, I want architecture. Up here and there. Nope, don't like that. As soon as I was placing it, I immediately knew I didn't like it there. What about a construction fence? No, I don't like the look of that. Let's just do industrial railing? No, that's... that one. And that one. Cool. And there we go. That'll make sure that you can't easily just run off the edge from the elevator. A little bit of protection there. Of course, then there's absolutely none going all the way down, but, you take what you can get. Then I could probably even add this, get this up a little bit higher.
Hi Crew, Create Tisbet, Nightbot and Cruise Coded Plays. Hope you are all having a wonderful day.
Aw. So far. Let's get some more platform here. Okay, so now that I've got that sorted, it happens. Now that we have all of that figured out, let's get these brought out. And I think the big question is, do I want to go out a couple more? Kind of do. Mostly just for the sake of having enough room for all of the train stations that I want to add. Six. This is why I went back and grabbed so much concrete, because I knew I was going to need it. Okay, so what I need to do is figure out. Well, okay, there's a lot of things that I need to figure out. Let's look at. Let's see, public notes. Oh, cool. Add public note. Things that I need to figure out. Train station layout. Tentatively, that'll be 1, 2. Item delivery to train hub. And then what else do I want to figure out? Transportation hub. Okay, so essentially what I'm looking at is I want to look at the train station layouts. I want to look at item delivery from the train hub, as far as like getting stuff from it or to it. And then also vehicles. Oh no, that's cool. You guys can't see that. Let me move my camera. That said lock that. Thank you. There we go. Okay. So to the middle right of the screen, or right middle of the screen, I should say, you can see a set of notes that I've written out for myself. And that way I will be able to kind of keep track of what I want to work on. That's cool. So what I'm thinking of is my best bet is to bring a rail out from. Let's bring it out from here. Just bring this all the way down for now. Is that what I wanted to do? No, that was not what I wanted to do. I wanted it to be straighter than that. Okay, there we go. That bend might be a little bit. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. That's fine. That bend feels a little bit better, although let's see, it's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now I should be, yep, perfect. That's the curvature that I was after. So what that does is it means that I should now be running trains from east to west. Have the train come down along this track over here. They will then come in. I mean, obviously they'd have to come down that track. That's the inbound track. And then the right-hand one is the outbound. But the train stations will be starting like over here and then running across, where they will then join into this rail. And this will be the outbound rail for all the train stations, which is fine. That just makes it so that I have much more room to work with up here. And then I'm fairly certain what I want to do is I want to lock off. I want to lock this off as an interior section at some point. Although I might keep it open with no legitimate walls and just have the I might just do, let's try this out. Right. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. How's that look? That looks fabulous. And then I might do a second, or should do a second column up there. Print. And then, yeah, because that'll give me enough height. So that way what I could do is, I'm figuring this out. Okay. Okay, so what I could do here then is that up there. That will act as the total height for this platform, for the train platform. And then I can very easily put a ceiling over top of this. And that will give me a ton of room underneath of our train platform, and it'll give me a ton of room above our train platform to then build all sorts of machinery and really turn this into a proper mega base. So what I will probably want to do is farther out, go this way. That's the corner there. And let's put our first temporary train station in. I just want to see where a good location for it would be. And like there, I guess. No, because that won't. Yeah, I'll need to move this down. So probably more like right there. Yeah, because that'll get me the curve that I'm looking for. Gristleham. That is a great name. And then we probably want to bring that towards the interior. And again, we will. Nope. Got turned the wrong way. There we go. So I can actually go ahead and make these any size that I need to. And then just have the trains come in where I need them to. Although, that also depends on what I plan on bringing in. Will it be one of those where I have parts being made elsewhere in the world and bringing the whole parts in? Will it be a situation where I'm bringing in just the resources and doing the parts here? But height-wise, that column is the perfect height. That is going to give me a lot of room to work with. You to be Oh, that's because you're the wrong one. There we go. I was like, why is that not working out right? Oh, that's right. That's going to be fun getting up there. Now, the other fun thing is going to be these columns here. I could easily take out those chunks. I'll figure something out. For right now, let's go back to planning out the trains. So that is currently our trains are 1-2, so one locomotive, two wagons. The Forever Home train stations are 1-3s, so I can do one locomotive and up to three wagons, even though I don't currently. Let's bump that up to a 1-4. And I wonder what the limitation is. Like, how many wagons can one train pull? Let's some more of this in place. Wait. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. So what I want to do is you are going to be just put you down there for right now. Then I need to bring this rail down. Too long. That's not what she said. Alright, so I need... Let's do it this way. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. And there goes our curve. Now, bring this out. 1, 2, 3. Then 2, 3. And we get, again, that nice curve. So now we do actually have a complete rail line all the way from our forever home to here at Gristleham. I kind of want to keep that name because I actually kind of like it. It's a silly name, but I like it. And then I don't know of any reason why I would need this to switch back or basically come across and then hop back into this line here. So for right now, I won't worry about that. This is kind of the terminus, if you will. The only reason why I can think of where I might need this to go out away from here is to go this direction. At which point I would want to move the radar, which I want to move the radar anyway. It's going to go up higher, I believe, or I might just put it out here, something like that. And then that is, yeah. So what I need to do next is I'm going to go back to Forever Home. Take the 45-minute hyper tube back to Forever Home. Because what I want to do is go ahead and rename Forever Homes. There's two stations there. There's the one that is currently in use, and then there's the one that is not in use. And I want to go ahead and rename that second one to Forever Home 2, so that way I know which one's which. Oh. We. Okay. Sorry, I was having to reply to something. Plus, it's not exactly like I can do anything at the moment. This is a long ass trip. I think that'll need to be one of the other projects that I work on. Yay, food time. Uh, One of the other projects that I wind up working on will be to create boosters periodically. Um, I could, very well could. I'll probably do that when I come go to come back. Also, I wonder. Save game. Options. Key binding. Is C. No, C is to duck. Options. Key binding. Oh, that's for vehicles. Equipment. Player movement. There we go. Player. Toggle ghost fly. What? Dang. Right alt. What is ghost fly? Huh. I have no idea what ghost fly is. So how am I doing? Ooh, wow. That is a lot of concrete that I've gone through. Let's actually, for the sake of just checking on stuff, see. Can I make this go any faster? It's producing 270 per minute. You're producing 45. So 70 divided by 45 is 6. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that is correct. Well, the problem is that you're not moving that fast enough. Be faster. That's 15 per minute. 6 is 90. Wait, what? Uh, there's there's something missing here. Oh, I believe, yeah, there's a visual bug. Did that fix it? No, it did not. Okay, yeah, there's a visual bug that happens that where you have to actually like replace that. Not a big deal though. I'll leave it alone. update those. Grab some more fuel here. And that goes to where? Goes up here? Yes, it does. Okay. Upgrade this belt. Ooh. There we go. Alrighty. That's funny. That is running very backwards. But not really. Okay. Make sure all of these belts are correct. They should be. Yeah, all these the upgraded versions. Alright, yeah. Hey, what's up, Alvarius? How you doing, buddy? Alright. That should hopefully bring in more stuff. Oh, wow, we're already up to 11. Oh, yeah, that's right, because of the... Fair enough. Always a good idea to consider all things. It really gives you a better scope of the situation. Drop off more slug. There we go. Let's see. Is there anything else? Oh, yeah, that's right. Also needed to rename the station. That is always nice when you get a few extra days off. Get some time to just decompress, let your world expand again. Don't believe you have power, do you? Yeah, you do. Oh, you don't. Oh, yeah, you do. Never mind. Derp. Okay. You just need to be forever home. You be forever home 1. And there we go. So now I have forever home 1 and forever home. I will do. Let's see. Excellent. And okay, edit timetable. We want to go from here out to Gristleham. Self-driving. Looks like we're going to be able to make it out there. I've been all right. No real complaints aside from just, getting older. Same old shit, different days, the way they say. Yep. Add rail signals here. But yeah, been good. Staying out of trouble best I can. Or getting into trouble when I need to. You know how it is. Let's see. There's there. Another one there. Crash over there. Slug. Another crash. I wonder if I visited that one. Wow, lots of slugs on that tree. Feels like this should be going faster. However, just about back. And once I pull up here, I'll go ahead and turn off auto drive. And there we go. Perfect. So we now have our second train up and running. Not that it's like doing anything at the moment, but oh, nope, that is not where I wanted you. That's where I wanted you. Now we get to run a bunch of these down one end and up the other. That's not where I wanted you. Oh no! Hollows is back. Run away, everybody! Run away! Welcome back, Hollows. Glad you got your account back. Although that means you're gonna have to stop talking shit to people for a while. You're actually gonna have to behave. God damn it! Not again. I think it's one of those things where it's okay not to talk shit to people. All right, that's fair. there's absolutely no reason why I'm gonna. Well, okay, no, there's tons of reasons why I would bait. I'm not going to. I definitely have reasons why I would. Jeez. For the most part, yeah, I really can't argue with that too. I mean, I could, but for the most part, yes, you do generally behave yourself. Let's actually go down there. God, there's so much of this. Why do I do this to myself? Okay. What we'll do is set one here, set one here, and then there we go. Nope. Damn it. I did. I did remove that one. No, not generally. Can't say I've ever had a problem with it myself. Act There we go. There are times where I do miss doing a good old fashioned wake and bake. And then there are times where I'm like, yeah, I'm probably getting a little too old for that. Okay. This is the last one I need to do is going to be right there. Actually, let's do that. There we go. Perfect. Okay, why are you having issues? Okay. I wonder if I got one of the signals on the wrong side. Oh, it could just be that I don't have signals all the way down like I should. A little disconcerting to see a train coming up behind you like that. Actually, that wouldn't be so bad. I would be fine with that. At least then I would know where he stands. And it's not on the Geneva Convention. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I think that was the problem, is that I just needed to finish getting all the signals in place for this side. Nope. And there. All this tedious work. I mean, if it works, it works. Part of war is subterfuge. And then afterwards you go, oops, sorry. And then everybody forgives you because you're Canadian. Not the Americans. The Americans, remember. That's why we're constantly ready to go to war with our Canadian brothers and sisters. Because we know just how fucked up they are. Nope. Damn it. Not again. Bitches. That's your arrow. Okay. Almost done with all of these. Mother. What these are rail signals or block signals, and it's very similar to the signals in Factorio. Essentially, what'll happen is that you'll have like a rail line coming along, and if you have a train coming onto that line and another train coming up, the two can potentially collide. What the signals do is they basically say there is something between these two signals, so the one in the back needs to stop and the one up front gets to continue on until it hits its own blockage. So what they basically do is just make sure that two trains don't try and enter the same rail line at the same time. Because in this, trains can crash and derail. Although it's not nearly as bad as Factorio, where you're like actively destroying trains when that happens. In this, they just derail and you have to reset the train. It's just a pain in the ass because you have to go reset the train. Almost done. And this is good. Awesome. Excellent. Finally, put one on this side. And there we go. So what that does is essentially make it so that from start to finish, our train will not run into any other trains that are out there, theoretically. Of course, we really only have the two trains right now. But let's go ahead and run this all the way back. Not all the way back. There's I want to stop off where Goes is at. So that way I can finish adding in some signals there and then also finish in the rail line. Which, yay, that'll be fun. Oh, almost out of coffee. Although I kind of felt bad this morning because we really, like, my mom and sister are going to be going to the grocery store today if they haven't already. And one of the things that we were just about out of was milk. Wow, you can really see the radiation up there. Nope, got plenty of ramen. In fact, my sister's been getting some like spicy ramen, and it's really not too bad. I actually kind of like it. I have a full package, a full 12 pack of ramen that I haven't even touched yet. I have enough ramen. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much. I always need another box. And we'll stop off here. And then stop here. Awesome. And what I can do now is set up that and that. Let's see, how do I want to do that? Seven. There we go. Rarely. Well, now that I've got the rail line out there, I have power between the two locations without much issue. From you to there. Go. And it goes out to there we go. Perfect. Everybody's reconnected. Awesome. So now what I need is that. This needs to be here. And noodle that bitch. There we go. Perfect. So that should allow me to what? Let's noodle this as well. There we go. All right, and then that'll down there. This up, round. So that way I can continue out that direction. And then I have those going that direction. Perfect. Awesome. All right, that takes care of that. Let's do this because why not? Just make sure that this is all set. There we go. So now I should be able to run. Let's see, I should be able to run this up and around. So what to do is actually get up top real quick. Or I want to run. Let's run this out. To there. Want to do. Whoops. Want to do the do. I better idea. Instead of, well, no, because I need. Ah, let's do this. Architecture. Ooh. Ooh. Just default that. Perfect. Honestly, now that you mention it, that is a good song for the hypertubes. Like, in all fairness, freebirding through hypertubes, not a bad way to do it. There we go. So this will allow me to then come upwards. Oh, you want to do this one at a time. And then that actually should be fine. We should be good there. was about to be like, oh my god, it's going down the wrong track. And then I realized, no, it's fine. Come and ride for us. Okay. That should be correct. This one should also be correct. That curve is beautiful. Easy breezy beautiful. Oh yeah, that is. And I will bring you to about halfway. And get rid of this for a second. Bring you to about there. There. And there. And that will be a little rough, but that should be fine. What if do that? Actually, I think that's a little bit better. Yeah, that'll be fine. And that section is good. And make sure you're set up correctly. Yeah. No. Okay, there we go. That's better. Alrighty, so we now have our rail system set up from. This is going to be fun. Let's see. Can I. There we go. So we've got our train station down here at Oscillator City. That's where we're currently making the crystal oscillators. We have a station from there all the way up to Forever Home, where we have two different stations. And then we have a station down here at Goes, which currently doesn't do anything. It's just part of this loop. And then we have our final station down at Gristleham. Everything is currently blocked in terms of signals. Everybody is set up with hypertubes. Yes. We are expanding our network, and it's fantastic. And we've got all of this coming out this way. So the next big part of this project is going to be starting to set up what we're doing here with all of this stuff, all of the rails that we're setting up. it'll be nice to actually figure out what our purpose is going to be for all of this. Of course, I still have a lot of this tunnel to finish building, but that'll be easy enough to deal with. So much work to do. I think one of the other things, well, let's see, parts that I need to start working on. Obviously, we need to work on the phase 3 stuff. You guys can't see that because of my camera. There isn't a good spot to put my camera right now. That doesn't feel weird. But there we go. Awesome. We've got this train station set up. I don't yet know how I'm going to do the loading and unloading because I don't yet have all of this figured out. So I think that's going to be one of the things that I need to do at some point is start figuring out what we're bringing into it, where we're doing certain production, and where I need items to be at. And then obviously what other stations I'm going to be setting up. But I am going to take a quick AFK. Let's see about... Ooh, I know what I can do. I know how to get up there easily. This massive radar tower. There we go. Boom. That is a hell of a view. Not even the tallest we can get up to. Let's see. Let's get all the way up here. And let's see if we can get... Nope, nope, nope. No, I was right there. Oh, let's land comfortably. There we go. Nailed it. First try. Alrighty. God damn, look at that view. It would be cool, like, if you could take the planetary tech from Star Citizen and the art style of Satisfactory and combine the two, that would be the most amazing factory game ever created. Like a full-sized planetary factory. Like being able to explore the rivers and stuff. Like, oh, I don't need a whole bunch of planets. I need just one planet with lots of space to build on. That would be awesome. Or like taking the planetary tech from Star Citizen and putting Red Dead Redemption 2 into it would be hella awesome. Imagine a world that big to go explore and camp, ride horses, have various cities around, NPCs everywhere. That, to me, would be truly amazing. Like, I honestly think that would probably be one of my forever games. One of those games that I just play until the day I die. Just because of how awesome that would be. All right, so let's turn all of this stuff back on because specifically am wanting to look at where a lot of these nodes are at. And let's look at iron ore. That's that's not what I'm looking for. I want a way to just shut off. Okay. Well, I guess I can't do that. But specifically, I want to start looking at what's around here. We've got copper there. I have 2 iron ore basically right under the base. Another normal copper, limestone, a pure limestone, which this might be a good idea to go ahead and tap because I can go ahead and use it to start making concrete, which right now is kind of a big thing for us. I've got more iron there and there. And then normal coal, impure, no, pure, and normal, and impure. So, one of the first train stations we can look at adding to this, I think. She eventually saw that. One of the first things that we can do is one of the first stations that we can add to this could be to go ahead and collect coal from these locations out here and bring it back to this station here. So that way I can go ahead and smelt steel at this location, especially with the huge abundance of iron ore that's going to be available. And then I've got those 3 there, which I don't necessarily need to add by train, but see what happens. So yeah, I'm going to take, like I said, I'm going to take a short AFK.
Fight me.
And then from there, when I get back, we'll take a look at what we're going to do. And yeah, so I shall be back in just a few. Let's go ahead and before I do that, turn on some music. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Change tape. Oh, that's the other thing we need to do is go tape hunting at some point. And yeah, that'll be a good view. Okay, be back in just a few. Alrighty. Out. Alright, let's get back to work here. Okay, so we are ridiculously high up here. What I want to look at next is, thank you. Just noticed that you can see the way that the foundations have been put in and rotated and whatnot. Looks kind of cool, actually. But this also gives me a really good idea of the scale of things. I think I might need to go a little bit bigger for the number of stations that I want to put in. I'm gonna have to go a lot bigger. And a lot farther out. Well, I don't necessarily need to go farther out that direction, although it probably wouldn't hurt. What about? Oh, yeah, definitely. Excuse me. Definitely going to have to. Yeah. Because I'm just looking at this and. Nope. Sorry, I thought. Is. Ooh, it's 60. So, nice. Okay, so looking at this, what I will probably want to do is actually go ahead and expand this a bit. Oh, I did hear them. Okay, another AFK. I'll just. Okay. I shall be back in just a few. Okay, and back again. Sorry about that. Family got home and sister had a headache, so she went to go lay down, so I helped finish putting the groceries away. Yay. Okay. Thank you again. What do we got? You know what? Let's wrap this up for now. And let's hop into some Diablo 3. Um, Visiting school. Diablo 3. And then Diablo 3. Total of 66 viewers watching Diablo 3. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see if I'll have to add it to my list. There we go. So one of the things is that the last time they went grocery shopping and got a whole bunch of stuff, they had gotten this big bag of meatballs made out of soy. So I guess soy balls. It looks like I do need to add it. I thought I had it already. All right. Asset games. Apparently. Okay. Game capture. 3. Specific window. The one that says, Diablo 3. There we go. But I'd asked them, like I'd finished off all the meatballs and was like, these were actually pretty good, and it was kind of nice to have because they're easy to warm up, and then I can lunch on them for a period of time. Strangely enough, but they were pretty good. And so I asked him this time. I was like, hey, if you come across any, see if you can find them, that sort of thing. Find a bag. No, actually, at least not yet. Why did they try and sell you any? Let's see. No. Huh. Weird. Okay. Let's go ahead. Now, I will say, it's really weird playing Diablo 3 after having played Path of Exile 2, strictly for the fact that I, by default, want to use the WAS and D keys to move, but I can't, and they don't do anything important. Let's see about. Let's go here. Kill the butcher. I don't want to. Let's go to the Halls of Agony. I don't mind. Oh my God. The audio sounds so weird in this.
Need more time. I don't have enough arcane power.
Wow. That's true. got to change the audio on this because it sounds so weird. Yeah, enable sound and background speaker setup. We'll go with stereo. There we go. Put sounds. Okay, there we go. Had it set to 5.1, so that's I can understand that too. Although Diablo 3, I would say, is kind of sort of the pinnacle of their movement system. So, return. Diablo 2 was still a little clunky. Diablo 4 feels like it's not quite as responsive. But Diablo 3 feels really well done. At times. At other times, it still feels a little. But welcome back. Some of that. Oh no, it's on now. It will be the battle of the century. Hollows weighing in as much as a pissed off feline with 9 extra lives versus Far Out Matt, the pilot who doesn't have his license yet.
Not ready yet.
It'll be the match of the century. Honestly, though, I think that's a fight that I want to see. Yeah, let's go to Leoric's Manor. Oh no, that's backwards. Ooh. And I get scared. Why do I keep getting scared? I think it's fair that my chatters get to abuse each other. That's a good question. I don't know how that works. I'll have to look into that here in a second. Let's see. Stream together. Rules, that. Stream info. Nope. Goals. That's all ads. Huh. Yep. Let's find out how this works. Dashboard. Well, we're about to find out. Rules manager. Okay. Add new. Hollows. Aha. There we go. VIP. Save. I don't even know what a VIP gets to do, so. Okay, cool. And then what's next? So I think it's just. I think that's. Yes. And then Rockstar. VIP. There we go. We have some VIPs now. I would add Kintar, but he's already a moderator, so I don't have to worry about it. That way, if anything goes horribly wrong, I know who to blame. Well, there you go. Now you are. Boom. What? I'm going to have to request. I know, right? Well, that's kind of the point of the black hole. He's dead already. Thank you. Don't need that. Yes. I don't remember which class that even is.
I need to go back.
Create. Oh, probably the Demon Hunter. I don't think anybody else uses the bow. Yeah, everybody else is basically melee. And it's just the demon hunter. Select hero. Start game. That's fair. The demon hunter is a really good class. Let's see what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, I actually want to switch this out for Hydra. And do Lightning Hydra. And leave game. One other thing that I want to do. Push you back up to Torment. There we go.
The fetid, pallid malaise has fallen over the manor we now call home. Young Albrecht seems to be enjoying himself in our new home, and simply suffering from an imbalance of human.
Yay. Ah, suckers. Nice. All right. Oh. Let's try. Let's try the Arcane Hydra. One more level, and I hit 70. Yay! Oh yeah, that feels a little bit better. There we go. No. Stop that. Ow. I have to ask you to just hurry up and die now. Thank you. Alrighty. I know. I could be playing Path of Exile 2 right now, but I just really don't want to, mostly because, again, reaching that point in the game where it's not quite as much fun. I like to run around and just murder a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, really? Why? Hey, that's a negative there, buddy. Take a meteor to the face. But with this, at least get a chance to kill lots of things. And it just feels better power fantasy wise. I think in general, I do enjoy the gameplay of Diablo 3 a little bit more than aspects of 2. There we go.
In here! The Iron Maiden!
That is a terrible sound. Just be dead. There we go.
Inside 1263 Kyrgyzstani. The Javis.
God bless! I was certain I was gonna die in there. I heard rumors of vast treasure to be found down here. A damn fool that I am, I believed them. Don't know why I thought it might be inside an Iron Maiden. All I could think of while I was trapped in that horrible darkness was that no one would ever know what had happened to me.
Increase the voice a little bit. Okay, there we go. We're almost there. One more level at 70. Actually, a little bit over half a level. Boop. Awesome. Next up, Leoric's Manor Courtyard. Ah, sucks for you guys. This is basically where we were at.
Not ready yet.
Oh, well, you better hurry up. All I've got to do is kill this dude and then, like a bunch of other dudes. And we'll be done with this one. Kill Walloon. That's a hell of a name. Imagine growing up with the name Walloon. No. Gosh. Oh. You know what? That's enough out of you.
My name is Latdanan, and I'm cursed. Once the captain of King Leoric's army, I left only to honor my land and my king. No man has a greater love for his king than I had for mine, even as I drove my blade through his dark and corrupted heart.
Amen. Death to the nobility who has been corrupted by hell. Basically, is how that goes.
I am unstoppable.
Mostly unstoppable. Like, technically unstoppable, which is kind of the best kind of unstoppable, really. There we go. Yeah, that feels a lot better. That's an upgrade for you.
Thank
That's an upgrade for you. Kind of an upgrade, but I don't have to worry about your recovery. That is a huge upgrade for you, though. Here, take a whole bunch of extra damage. Alrighty, and next up, let's do the Templar Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
I hear something stirring in the distance.
I am so good, I astound myself.
Indeed. Oh,
Need more time. Nicely done.
and there we go, level 70. Oh, yeah.
I'm just warming up.
Alrighty.
A glorious development.
And Paragon level 39. Let's increase your resist all. Let's give you elemental exposure, which is what you're supposed to have.
How does that feel?
That feels pretty good, I'd say. What I really should do, boop, is actually switch back to my slightly higher level. Although I need to finish doing the stuff here. Go away. Well, that doesn't look very good.
I am
Slap.
unstoppable.
I have no idea what that was. I know what's missing. I don't have a pet. Realized because a pet would be picking up all the gold gems. Haha. Gonna have to fix that. Oh, okay. Shift Y. No. Any of those things. Yes, you need pants.
A fine choice.
Not something you usually say to a Templar, but oh, F1, that's what it is. Okay. Pets. Let's do the little bloody teddy bear. There we go. Now it shall do its job. Wait, stop that.
waiting.
Fine. I'll actually kill you. Oi, where'd your friends come from? I didn't invite them.
I need arcane power.
There we go.
Need more time.
Let's see how quickly we can get these guys to
I
die.
don't have enough arcane power.
The only thing I don't like about the wizard is the fact that she is voiced by the same voice actress as what is her name? Avatar: The Last Airbender. Zuko's sister. Shoot,
Need
now I
more
can't.
arcane power. I am stronger still.
Yay! And on top of that, Umbra. Okay. Azula. That was the name of that character. This. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is.
Still waiting.
Let's see any of these that I can kill. This area is actually really good because of the fact that you get some really good materials out of it. Specifically Death's Breath, which I need a fair amount of. As well as once you complete it, actually, you know what? Instead of that, let's go ahead and let's just go ahead and finish up the bounties.
I need arcane power. I am unstoppable.
Well, mostly. Stop. We already had this conversation.
Need more arcane power.
Yes, I do. I also need way more damage. Yeah, generally, there are a lot of skills that I need to work on. Space Engineers. But honestly, I just really enjoy building architectural stuff more than anything else. Just die already. There we go. we go. Let's do maximum arcane power. Cave of the Moon Clan. I think what I'll do is just start trying to rush past this.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, I already know about your ambush. I am not impressed. Come on. Yeah, I've always just preferred solo for Space Engineering. Can't tell you why. But it's just one of those Space Engineers to me. I've always enjoyed it in solo. As well, okay. I can tell you why. I prefer it solo because I like the sort of feeling of being isolated and on your own, being stranded out in the middle of nowhere with just yourself to rely on. I like that feeling in Space Engineering. Treasure chest. Out of the way. Through. Almost there. There we go. I also like playing single player because I don't have to worry about PCU limits. And I can just build whatever the hell I want. Which is really my happy place.
Still waiting.
Yes, resplendent chest. Decent here. Nope, not really. Boots. So you are actually significantly better.
This will aid me.
Significantly better there. Other. Actually, what you would want is strength, not dexterity. Although dexterity wouldn't hurt. Ow, it smacked me with the wood in the head. See if I can block this off in here.
I don't have enough arcane power. Need more time.
Might just be able to take these guys out. Oh, yes. There we go. Oh, yes.
Nicely done.
Got some armor out
My
of that.
bags are full.
Oh, yeah. Kicking their butts is the easy part. Keeping them all in one location. Because that was the gel goblins. And every time you kill one, it separates into two until it gets to the smallest ones.
I am returning to town.
Which is a huge pain in the ass. Let's do cooldown reduction still. And I didn't want that. Book of Cain. Really? You son of a bitch. Give that to you. Also, drop off all my gems. Should probably could do. Not using Energy Twister, but I kind of wish I was right now. The nice thing is that all of this winds up being materials for building stuff later.
Long I have labored to master the dark arts. Now I finally reap the rewards. For Magda has acknowledged me. She promised me a special task that would bring endless glory to the Great One. I can hardly rest until she reveals it on the morrow.
Yeah, about that. You're not going to be happy with the task she gives you. No, you don't. Hurry up and be dead. Son of a bitch. Okay, now you're dead. Almost done.
I don't have enough arcane
Should
power.
probably stop standing in the ice cube. Yay!
A well-deserved death.
And then there's one more dude left. Got him. All right, last one. We need to kill Queen Arene.
I am
We're going to go
returning
ahead
to town.
head back to town first. And salvage all of this. Actually, before I do that, you are a huge
Just the thing.
improvement in power.
A good choice.
Okay, cool. Now I get to talk to him. That. Cool. And actually, that's two-hand. Oh, both of those are two-hand. I couldn't give it to him if I wanted to. Well, I mean, I want to, but can't. That makes me sad. And I'm going to check up here real quick. What I need for the next thing. Offering is any class set helm. Okay. Which I don't have. Increase damage against elites, speed, missile damage reduction, and plus 100 damage. I guess that actually gets added first, and then it adds all of the other damage stuff on top of it, if I had to guess. But I'd probably go for the movement speed first. But yeah, this the Altar of Rights is really useful because items have no level requirement. Super, super useful for starting new characters. And then this Pools of Reflection is also really useful. Lots of stuff to help with the leveling.
I have some new items that I'm certain you will love.
All right, let's go kill Queen Arene, shall we? Um, if I remember correctly, the busted class kind of rotates every season. It depends on whatever the set bonuses are and what the sort of build is for that set bonus. So there's no period of time where a particular class there's no class that is always going to be the best. Because I know there was a while there where the necromancers were actually like S tier and were running through everything, murdering all of it, and then they just kind of fell off a little bit. But it also depends on your build and how you play it.
Not ready yet.
Okay, you guys are be dead now. Haha. I don't want to do that event.
Need more time. You dare attack me?
No, go away. I'm trying to kill the boss. Okay, go to work.
I need arcane power.
I always need arcane power. I am forever in need of arcane power. And she runs away.
Nicely done.
Gotta kill a bunch of these dudes. Let's do resist all. I will say, I do like the music for Diablo 3. I like it way more than I like the music for Diablo 4. Diablo 4's music is kind of just, it's there and it does its job, but it's not very good. It could have had so much more impact. Yeah, there we go.
Still waiting. Need more arcane power.
Yeah, probably. That's right. Kill it. Kill it with arcane fire. And ice. There we go. I wish. I wish I could just be like, here's an obelisk, and then I will fly away. What did we get from the diabolic horde? Nothing worth a damn. This makes me
I need
sad.
to go back.
Your deeds should. You have finished all.
Yay, I have finished all of the stuffs. Sure, I did. I know I updated my. Okay, good. Wanted to make sure that I was actually streaming what I meant to be streaming. Oh yeah, I've got plenty of space for that. Cool. Ooh, please let that be that ring that I need. The Royal Ring of Grandeur. I bet it is. I know, that's true. And that's fair. Ring of Royal Grandeur. Yes, that's the one I wanted. In fact, for right now, I could actually wear that because that's better than what I have. But that now gives me my 3-set bonus on that. So reduce damage from elites and increase damage against elites. Let's also go ahead and throw. Nope. Maybe. And death metal working. Nice. And Master of Gemology. I could do. That's actually a pretty decent one, so I don't have to worry about it. And then those are just. Next up.
Here, let me help. Up, down, down, left, right, B, A, start.
Nice. Hopefully it works. If not, we might have to switch up to a different code. All right. Demon scale. Ants. Attack speed. Actually, yeah, I'm using that. Oh yeah, let's use this for now. True. And it is amazing how many people actually know the Konami code, but don't know why they know the Konami code. And nice. So this should actually help quite a bit.
I'm not as bad as I look. Really. Stop walking away!
Let's check out the bounties for Act 2. Like, once you get the Ring of Royal Grandeur, like, so much other stuff winds up opening up. Yes, yeah, I got the ring that I was after.
It is with some reluctance that I write on the 7 lords of hell, for they are the greatest of the demons, and even whispers.
Yeah, I know. I knew what you meant.
Poison the air around me. They are divided
Oh,
into
yeah,
the
there we
lesser
go.
evils, Belial, Asmodan, Juriel, and Andariel, and the prime evils.
Now we're doing some
Stone,
damage here.
Hail, and Diablo.
All enemy in ruins level 2. Okay. Seasonal. Since basically had to restart my account because again, brand new account for Diablo 3, might as well go seasonal.
Not ready yet.
Always wanted to fight some of these.
Suckers. Need you guys to just, be dead. Thank you. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted because I never really stuck around too long with Outer Wilds 1. And it's not because it's a bad game, it's just not a game that holds my interest for very long. I think the other part of the problem is that Obsidian made a good game, but I wanted it to be. Yeah, I know. Obsidian are the ones that made Outer World. Oh, whoops. Either way, you knew what I was talking about. But like, I really, really wanted the game to be the kind of game that I could mod similar to like Skyrim or Fallout. And especially considering the fact that Obsidian are the ones that did Fallout New Vegas.
The dark exile of the primevals to our mortal realm.
But unfortunately, yes, still better than absolutely. Although it did suffer from a lot of the same sort of Bethesda-isms. In that you had characters that you would zoom up on their faces when you were talking to them. The dialogue was kind of clunky. Like, yes, it was a better version than Starfield, or it was a better version of Starfield. Although I will say that Starfield did a better job with their ship construction, their ship builder. But other than that, like, that's one of the things that I will absolutely give Cyberpunk over any of the other Bethesda games, is that they did a really good job of drawing you into the world that you're playing.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
Like, it legitimately felt like you were part of that world as it was taking place. And I think with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, from what I've seen, because I haven't played it myself, that is something that a lot more of the industry is moving towards. And I hope it's something that Bethesda takes to heart. And with Elder Scrolls 6, they actually look to advance the series rather than just 16 times the detail. Yes, Diablo 3. One of my old favorites.
Still waiting.
Gotcha. Yeah. There's just something nice about watching number get big. Nope. Is a little bit better. We do indeed love big numbers. Love big numbers, and I cannot lie. Other nerds can't deny. Somebody needs to come up with a rap for that, because I can't rap to save my life. I'm too white for rapping. Make a meteor to the face. Just die already. Thank you.
I expected more.
But wait, there's more.
Need more time.
Need more time. Need more dead thing. Like a lot more dead thing. There we go. Let's increase resource cost reduction. Next up, Blood and Iron. Which just sounds like a really good name for like a death metal band. Oh yeah, this one. I know which one this is. Out of the way, peoples. Smack thee with a comet. Oh, nice. Is that in this game or a different one? Fortunately, I'm not always hip on what all the various things are season to season or from game to game. Ah, gotcha.
I like to think the world is safer now.
Yeah, I haven't really been... Like, I got up to that point in PoE 2. I haven't finished Act 3 yet. Because, as I was mentioning earlier, once I get to the end of Act 3, I remind myself, oh yes, I have to do this 3, I have to do all of this over again. But harder. And it doesn't necessarily make it more fun. Boom. Ah. All that stuff. Be dead already. Thank you. Alright. Let's see about finding the other 3. Like, I really, really hope that they get Acts 1 through 4, or excuse me, 4 through 6 done within the next few months. Because I absolutely would love to see more than just the first 3 acts over and over and over again for Path of Exile 2. I guess maybe it's this way. I know that's the key warden down there. Which might be able to get a key from him. Doubt it, but it's worth a shot.
Not ready yet.
I mean, not ready. There it goes. There we go. There's one of our dudes. Yeah. And I think that's something that a lot of people really are missing from other games. Like, I enjoy Path of Exile 2 because of the gameplay is refreshing and it's fun and it's something different. But at the same time, it feels like it's trying really, really hard to be difficult, but not for fun. It feels like they're going out of their way to make things harder for people on purpose, but they're sucking a lot of that enjoyment out of the game. Like, going through and nerfing, like the huge nerfs that they do. Like, I understand why people are upset. Because it feels like a lot of the stuff that's possibly it as well. I would play it more. Honestly, yes, that's how it feels sometimes. I would probably play it more if it felt like I was actually getting stronger as I was playing. Sometimes it feels like I'm actually getting weaker as I progress through the game, not necessarily stronger, which is really frustrating. Like Diablo 3 and 4, and actually even Diablo 2, which is where they get a lot of their inspiration from. Diablo 2 was a perfect example of how you felt like you were getting more powerful as you progressed. Yes, let's grab whatever's up here. And those. But I don't always get that feeling from Path of Exile 2.
I will use this. Good thought.
And I understand why somebody would go back to Diablo 4. D4 is not a terrible game. Like, playing it every once in a while is actually kind of fun. Let's do that. Keep me safe. There we go. Now I just got to get one more. Just so happened to be. Oh, this is a good one. Ow. I will say, my biggest gripe with Diablo 4 is surprisingly also its biggest strength. And that is the open world. There's just something about that is not nearly as much fun as I would think. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that it is an open world that is also attempting to be an ARPG. And so it's built in a way that is very reminiscent of these types of maps. And that doesn't really necessarily work all the time.
A glorious development.
Ooh, yes.
This will help.
And this one's done. Resist.
I am returning to town.
Let's return real quick. Oh, that feels good.
Laura.
Yes?
Why
Okay.
do you keep glancing over at Kadala?
Oh, just making sure she isn't up to anything suspicious.
There we go.
Hey, lady, I got some new things. You should take a look.
Did you? Where is Kadala? There she is.
Let's see what happens, shall we?
Let's see about
What a steal.
Mystery Helms. Ooh. That does. Does increase the damage of Meteor, which is one of the ones that I'm using. But I lose. I think we'll just stick with what we've got, which is A-okay with me. So as far as maps go, Path of Exile 2, I would say the Act 1 and Act 2 maps are probably right about, yes, but Act 1 and Act 2 maps in Path of Exile 2 are probably right about the perfect size for that game. Act 3, they get ridiculously big and ridiculously tedious. Like, they could be a bit smaller, and I think the flow of the game would be better. Well, I know for Act 3, they've already gone through and they have tweaked up the sizes, or at least they are tweaking up the sizes. But even still, the what is it? The canals one in Act 3, where you have to go through and hit all the levers and drain all the water all the time. That one could be about 25% smaller, and I think it would be a better map. The problem is the constant movement from location to location, having to hit all of these levers, starts to get tedious after about the 10th one. So if they could change the flow, I just ran it a couple days ago, and it had a lot more than that. So unless they changed it in the past 2 days, gotcha, yeah. Which, again, that wasn't the one I wanted. Oh well. So yeah, they could definitely do with sizing down Act 3 quite a bit. Definitely the temple stuff gets a little bit too big. I am too. Because again, it is ridiculously big. And it takes so long that you actually start getting bored of the game. Like, that's my problem. Act 3, I just start getting bored with it. Like, why do I want to continue this? Ooh. That. Use this item and select level 70 equipable, non-crafted legendary items to sanctify it. This item is destroyed in the process. Oh, okay. Good to know. One of the other things, and I understand this is very definitely a Path of Exile thing, because I have played Path of Exile 1. But one of the other things that also is kind of annoying about Path of Exile is their strict adherence to making you run through the campaign every time you play. And that gets kind of frustrating too on your 10th, 20th, 30th playthrough.
But we have not yet been able to convince the emperors to change
because the campaign never changes. Yeah, a little bit more freeform. More choices in how you do things. In fact, the funny thing is, and again, using Diablo 2 as an example because that's how Path of Exile started. But in Diablo 2, it would actually give you a series of quests that you were potentially running. So every playthrough was a different set of maps and a different set of quests from the pool of 6 to 9 different quests that it would give you. And so while eventually you would go through and do each and every one of those, and there were some that were definitely you had to do each run, it was still one of those that there was a lot more flexibility in the gameplay itself. And I think that's something that they've kind of missed on because of the fact that they've tied progression and character power to specific quests. So you have to do those quests or you have to do those encounters in order to get the specific bonuses you need to be better, to have a more powerful character. And that's kind of frustrating. It's something that I wouldn't mind them changing. Because that does wind up making it feel a little antiquated in a way. And not necessarily in a good way either. And especially in a game that is about being able to set up your build the way that you want. Or at least as much as they like to tell you that you can set up your build the way that you want. There's very definitely a very wrong way to set up your character. Get in there. Thank you. On the flip side, though, I think it's funny how much content creators were getting unhappy with Path of Exile 2's latest patch. Its latest big patch. It's like, but this is the way that you wanted the game. You wanted it to be more difficult. It got more difficult. I know. I had no issue either while I was playing. If anything, it actually felt a little bit easier. Now, granted, that could also be in part because I had a better understanding of what I was doing. But it was like, why was everybody complaining? And I think the reason why people were complaining is because they were trying to play builds from the last version. So, like, they were trying to do Spark Sorceress, whatever the other metas were. And that wasn't working anymore. Come on. Die already.
They should have run when they had the chance.
Indeed. Let's do more resource cost reduction because that's never a bad thing.
Always wanted to fight some of these.
Out of my way.
How does that
Nice. God, there's so many of them. Out the way. I hate the arcane bastards. I hate Arcane as much as I hate the stupid ones in Path of Exile 2 that launch the purple balls that then throw into tree limbs. God, I hate those with fire passion. There we go.
I am returning to town.
Those ones definitely grind my gears. Maximum power. Better? Nope, nope. Nope. Let's see what this thingamabobber is. Let's see. Legendary consumable. Angelic crucible. I have no idea what that actually does, but we'll hold on to it because why not? Let's see. Can I make... staff? That's the mark of the Magi. Okay. Staff of hurting. Nice. What? Let's build want or weapons. Wants the Grand Vizier. Okay. Tell Russians. Cool. Yes, I am going off of a build guide. I'm not too proud to admit it. Kill Zoltan Cool and then the Cursed Lake. So we'll go ahead and do the Cursed Lake first.
Look.
And then we'll kill
You're a fellow
Zoltan
adventurer. Shall we head out?
I always love it. Yeah, I always wind up killing the bosses last. Just more enjoyable that way.
These hunters are curious creatures, bloodthirsty and violent to others. They employ a surprising degree of care in raising their young. Every cave is guarded with vigilance, and the hunters will frequently circle overhead to keep watch on their nests. Those who intrude upon them are most
Give me more
unwise.
gold. Aha.
I need just warming up.
I don't want to just warm up. I want to kill. Like, I'd love to get to the point where I could go ahead and just make my own build, Diablo 3. I will say, Path of Exile 2 is a little bit easier to do that because it's not as reliant on gear affixes, things like that. In terms of, like, making sure these skills work with that skills.
Not ready yet.
Okay, guys, huddle up. There we go.
I am stronger still.
Awesome. Cooldown reduction. And lastly, let's go kill Zoltan Cool. Because it'll be cool. Sorry. Did you guys just do something? Fuck you up. And then... Okay. The other one? Yes, I did. Awesome. Where are you going? Get back here. And now you're dead. Ooh, a quiver. Really, that was it? Man, talk about disappointing.
I need to go back.
Yes, I do.
Well
Let's
done.
talk material.
Bastion's Keep.
What have you got? Yay, more blood shards. I like blood shards. What do we got here? Quiver I can't use. Okay. Nothing important. Mostly useless. Spear. Nope, not spear. Staff. Armor. It's Gehennis. Oh, I see. Gloves. What do we have for gloves? Speed. I actually kind of want to do Sage's Purchase. Because that... That? Yes. And boots. Because then, the nice thing is that once I can get the Sage's Passage made, then I can go ahead and that'll give me more stats, which will just help in general. But then on top of that, that'll increase the amount of Death's Breath that I'm picking up, which is also super useful. Let's put you. And I think I should have enough to something. I should have enough.
Hello there.
Gone. For the Cuba so that I can get rid of this belt.
Look, you won't be disappointed.
There we go. Let's see. I can add chant. Let's see if we can get a socket out of this. Not using arcane orb. Let's try this. No, we're not going to be able to do that again. Okay, that's fine. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we want the extra Death's Breath. All right. What I need now is, let's throw... Not that. That. Thank you. That on there. Ah. There we go. Let's upgrade these guys here. Excellent. All right. I can't wait till I actually get her clothes all sorted out. Get her a proper set. But let's swap over to the Necromancer real quick. Because the Necros should be a bit faster for things. She's got a little bit more of her gear sorted out. Setting. I think I've got... Oh, I just realized what I need to do. I need to go back real quick. And the reason why is because I'm going to have to cube my Ring of Royal Grandeur. And I need to. Well, you know, to each their own. Cute little teddy bear just works better with the wizard. Okay, the ring has to go in the cube. I have enough. I should. Brands me.
You have access to a wondrous artifact of old, and that's what you want to do with it. Very well.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do with it. Awesome. So she's going to be down a ring, but that's okay because I should be able to get some better stuff from Spacia. And start. I wanted to look at. Let's get you over the screen. I almost need a fourth one. Necromancer. And what set do I have here? This is the Your Masquerade. That is you. Okay. Here? Nope, that's fine. You are. That's an odd setup, but okay. Bunch of pants. Agild's Search and Agild's Power. Guild. Why am I not hitting my 6 set? Oh, I know why. The cube. And there we go.
I'm not for everyone, but give me a try and you won't go back.
There, that's what I wanted. So, Ring of Royal Grandeur, Gelmandor's Morrow Guards, and Altorius's Petrified Spike, which I do not have. That's the one I need. And then Gelmandor's Morrow Guards. That is a hell of a name. There we go. Bone Spear cast from Simulacrums deals 400% increased damage. Okay. So this is a Bone Spear build. And then I need Scythe of the Cycle as my weapon. Convention of Elements. Crisbin Sentence. You deal 100% increased damage against slowed enemies. Haunted Visions. Simulacrum now drain 1% of your maximum life every second and last forever. Okay. Oh, I did close the wrong thing. Open, not close you. There we go. Alrighty. Let's see. The Cursed Court.
You will make a fine court.
Yeah, this is better. Where are you going? Yeah.
Rathma has blessed me.
Please. Need you to spawn just a little bit faster.
My essence is too low. Give it more time.
Much faster. Oh, come on. And
I have long waited for this knowledge.
yay. Resource cost reduction. Extra resist all. Yeah, that is so much better. Man, once you start getting your set bonuses. Yeah, that's actually just go ahead and kill the Skeleton King. Out of the way. Through. Oh. Heard it. There it is.
We shall put you down, Hellspawn.
There we go. Out of the way. Yeah. Once you get that one character that's even slightly geared up, it really does radically alter the game. Becomes a completely different experience, and it's so great. Hurry up, buddy. You there yet? Okay, well, that's done. Short range, kill the Skeleton King in under 20 seconds. And the Skeleton Dance. Which is what? Kill the Skeleton King at max level in under 1 minute on Torment difficulty or higher. Okay. Not like it was difficult, I guess. Drury Brown, whoever the hell that is. Let's go kick its ass. Sounds like it's in need of an enema. Yep, gotcha. Out of the way. Where you going? Fucking nowhere. Nope. Alright, let's find some more stuff. Waylaced. Lay waste to waylaced. There we go. That's how it feels sometimes. That's how it feels to chew 5 gum. Waylaced. Probably could bump her up to Went 2 pretty comfortably. What I would like to do is get the amulet that she needs for this build. That would drastically increase her overall DPS. And everything else would be pretty straightforward.
Not enough
Get.
essence.
Oh, nice. Yes.
We'll rip these brutes to shreds.
Excuse me, coming through.
Do not fear the end.
Here's the beginning that hasn't happened yet. Next up, Khazraden. I will just cut you guys down. What's down here? Forlorn Farm. I don't know. In this economy, it's more like foreclosed farm.
You will make a fine corpse.
There we go. Thanks. And here goes the Cosmo.
Your death nears. My essence is too low.
Well, yeah. Finishing essence, that does happen as you get older. What are you guys hoping to achieve there?
All must serve the cycle.
There we go. Last one, the Triune Reborn. Yeah, this is so much better than working on the wizard right now. Not that I don't enjoy my wizard; she's actually a lot of fun. But this is just way faster. Nope. just be dead.
Give it more time. You will make a fine corpse. Not enough essence. That needs to recharge.
Get my essence back.
My master would take
Yay.
pride in this.
Down reduction. Also definitely helps.
You will make a fine corpse.
That
That needs to recharge.
did you just hit me? Sons of bitches. But it's also going to help in the long run. It goes so much smoother. Get this done faster. Make it easier to farm the stuff that I need. Come on.
All must serve the cycle.
And it's done. Here we go.
Do not fear the end.
so much damage. That's beautiful. Yep. Ooh, what did I just pick up? I think it's like a certain amount of gold that I just picked up. Let's see, all that glitters. Pick up 5 million gold. Nice. This is all. Don't think there's enough health globes on the ground. Ooh, I hear you. Where you at? There you are.
This world can abide you no longer. Not enough essence.
Ah. Yep. I missed one. Just a couple. Damn. Kept running out of essence.
I need essence.
That's okay. Still plenty of treasure to pick up. Perhaps too much. Lots of death breath. Death breath. God, that one really is just hard to say in general. Might drop one of these rings on my wizard. Actually, for my wizard, I ought to just go ahead and make her a new one. I could also see about getting the Hellfire plans.
I need essence.
Okay, essence.
The night embraces you.
Anybody else? Nope. Cool.
My master will
And
take
done.
pride in this.
Sure. There we go.
I need to go back.
I think that's everything. Yes, it is. Okay, so before I do that, get all of you. Cool.
The world is safer.
You have finished.
Yes, I have. Amulet. Let's see. What amulet have I gotten? Golden Gorget of Leoric, which is the same one that I have on my other character. However, this one actually isn't so bad in terms of extra damage, so we'll take that. Unbound Bolt. Skellen's Deceit. Golden Scourge. And there we go. But I think for now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to wrap this up for today. This has actually been a pretty fun day. Got a lot of work done on our stuff in Satisfactory. The factory is definitely coming along. So tomorrow we should be able to start building up the infrastructure for our train hub so that we can start working on the stuff underneath, kind of figuring out what the bottom floor plans are going to be. And then also just get everything in order there and start producing what we need. And then, yeah, that's basically the biggest stuff. Other than that, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride, especially you, Matt. You're pretty cool most of the time until you and Hollows decide to get at it. Other than that, though, you all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.